Good evening, and may the Force be with you. Good evening. Tonight, the Empire returns to LEGO Star Wars. I've got a big ship. We're going to be building one of the biggest ships in the Imperial fleet that isn't the Death Star itself. Well, maybe not, because the Empire definitely got bigger after this, but still a pretty big, impressive ship. There's always a bigger ship. It's a big one, and we're going to have a lot of building over the next few hours. So let's get right over to the camera. I have the Imperial Star Destroyer here, one of the more iconic and grayer of the ships in Star Wars. You can see down here it comes with Darth Vader and a bunch of Imperial crew. The commander here is specifically identified on the box as Commander Praji. And even though the set is just called Imperial Star Destroyer, the presence of Darth Vader and Commander Praji explicitly identifies this particular Star Destroyer as a specific Star Destroyer called the Devastator, which was Darth Vader's personal ship before the Super Star Destroyer Executor finished construction. So this is actually the exact Star Destroyer that we see in the opening shots of the very first Star Wars movie, capturing Leia's ship, the Tantive IV. And yeah, as you can see, it's very gray and very iconic. It's a big one, so let's not spend a lot of time talking about it. You can see 6 Darth Vader and Commander Praji, 4 more Imperial crew. You have a regular crew member, a gunner, a Navy trooper, and a stormtrooper. And it also has one of the 7 exclusive anniversary figures. In this case, Cal Kestis, the Jedi Survivor. Yeah, let's take a quick look at this box here. You've seen the front. You've seen what the ship looks like. And on the back here, you can see it opens up, and the ship's interior looks like it's mostly a representation of the ship's iconic bridge area. Star Destroyers have an iconic bridge area, and it looks like that's what they went for here. So the interior is kind of simple, but it looks like there's some nice detailing on here. Looks like there's a hologram projector of some kind, and some other various tools and gadgets. Here are some play feature indicators. And you can have a Darth Vader standing on the walk over the lower deck of the bridge there. Let's go ahead and get this open. It is a bigger set, which means there's tape instead of push tabs. So I'm just gonna grab my scissors here and cut the tape. And I know I didn't talk too long. I didn't talk as long as I usually do. That's because I actually lost my voice yesterday and it's just starting to come back. So I'm probably not gonna do a lot of talking during the build, but I'll talk some. I like talking about Star Wars. And you can see I have the 2 tables set up today, because I knew that this was going to be a big one. That's interesting. The main numbered bags are all the old plastic bags, but when the smaller internal bags are the newer paper bags. I've never seen them mixed up in that manner before. I've seen mixes of paper and plastic, but not like this. That's interesting. Let me go ahead and start getting these bags organized. What's the number on this one? 3, okay. There's 13 and 12. Now we have to find 11. Here's 1. I'll set that aside. There's 11. So right now we're just taking a few minutes to get all the bags in order and organized and ready to go. Yeah, that's a 9. This is 6. Okay, the bags are organized. We have bag 1 on the table and ready to go. And then we also have this big paper packet, which will be the instructions and sticker sheet. Here's the sticker sheet. It doesn't look too bad. It looks like... how many? Well, it looks like it's going to come out to a nice parts per sticker ratio. It doesn't look too bad. And of course, we have here, hold on 1 second. I want to make sure that the box is accessible for tossing the trash. We have here the very thick paper instruction book. You can see here Darth Vader, his crew, and of course the anniversary figure Cal Kestis in the corner there. And now we can pull up our instructions on screen and get ready to begin. Instructions on screen and get... We are ready. So yeah, this is going to be a big one. Let's get right into it. And here's a page advertising the anniversary. It's hard to believe that was 2 years ago in LEGO Star Wars already. Cal Kestis will be my 3rd of the 7 anniversary figures. I'm not sure if I'll be getting the other 4 sets. He's just a nice bonus. We do get a brick separator. And it looks like we opened bag 1, and they're giving us the big man Darth Vader himself right off the bat. Well, it makes sense. He's the big boss. Of course, he's going to want to oversee the construction. Now with the paper packets, you got to be extra careful because you can't see through them. So you gotta make sure you're not leaving any parts behind. You need to feel them out after you dump them. This is going to be a very, very gray set. Not a lot of color going on with Star Destroyers. And because most of the interior is going to be taken up with support structure and the bridge interior, there's not a lot of place where they can hide colors in the structure either like they usually do. So we're going to see a lot of gray. And when your parts pile is all the same color, that makes it harder to search through. Alright. This is a standard Vader fig. I have a couple of variants, but this is going to be a standard Vader. And there's in addition to the Vaders I already have in the build collection, there's going to be another Vader in my build queue as well, beyond this one. Vader is a character that they do a lot. Even though he's meant to be a unique character in universe. So that's what he looks like without the mask. Now let's finish him up. Let's give him the mask and the lightsaber here. And there he is, fully complete. I know it's hard to see him because his mask is kind of lost in shadow there. But there's the completed Darth Vader. Let's see, can I get closer? You can kind of see him in that light. Some of the helmet molding detail there. Now, it begins. All right. There's always a bigger ship. This is just a regular Imperial Star Destroyer. Yeah, that looks correct. Okay. So it looks like we're starting to build the base level of the Star Destroyer, on which we're going to put a lot of surface structure later. I'm not going to do a lot of talking tonight because I did hurt my voice the other day, but I'll talk where it's necessary. I'll do some talking. But when I stop talking, also, it allows me to build more efficiently. I've noticed I build a little bit faster when I'm not also talking at the same time. And this is a big one today. So it's just as well that I can't really, or that I don't want to talk all that much today. So we're starting to build up the iconic shape now. Well, at least these are black and darker gray. So there's a little bit of a color break up here. Still gray, but different gray. Oh, I forgot to take that out of the way. Our first bit of structural framing, it looks like. Alright, we're continuing to build up the floor and the shape here. Really, there's not much to comment on right now. But yeah, we're doing some basic structural stuff right now. This is one case where the hinges are used not for moving parts, but to set up some precise angling and shaping, I believe. I know there are moving parts on here. You can open it up, so, but I think this is a, actually, given how that's, we'll find out whether this is meant to be one of the moving parts hinges or one of the shaping hinges. We'll see. So we've got the beginnings of a back wall structure going on. Given all the technicals, that's probably where the engines are going to mount later. Star Destroyers have a distinctive engine array area. And it's time for our first sticker. And this is actually going to be a pair of matching stickers. And these just represent computer consoles. So we're already looking at part of the interior, the inside of the ship. There's what the computer console looks like with the sticker. It's not focusing. I have to do one more. Alright, same sticker, so I'm not going to show it again. We're just going to keep going. So we've started our first little bridge details here. Here's some Technic pieces that are just going to secure this back wall assembly. Okay. So now we're building some supply crates, it looks like. There's white binocs here. And this supply crate goes here. And then we have a smaller supply crate. And this one gets two thermal detonators. I can't really, I'm not going to be able to get the thermal detonators up to camera. Well, let's see if I can. You can kind of see it in there, in that little crate there. It says I'm supposed to put two of them in here and then put the top on. And this crate is actually printed. It's got, the crate has Aurebesh on it. Let me look that up, but there's the Imperial logo on one side of the crate. And here's some Aurebesh text on the side of the crate there. I want to look this up real quick, because I've been trying to learn the Aurebesh alphabet, but I haven't memorized it yet, so. Aurebesh is the in-universe alphabet for Galactic Basic, basically what we call English. I'm looking this up real quick, that's why I turned the screen off. Give me a moment. So it looks like it's not letting me open that image. Okay, that's I don't want to keep looking for images. Let's just work with what I got. So that's okay. Well, that's the C letter and the A letter. Oh, okay, I see what's going on here. And we just got a spammer, which I'll get rid of in a moment. I'm deep in translation right now. Okay, so this is an easy one. This one just says cargo. First, let's get rid of the spammer. The spammer has been banned. And now, back to the cargo crate. There's the Imperial logo and the Orbesh on the side here. It just says cargo. I really do need to spend more time memorizing these letters. I'm sure we're going to see them in a lot more Star Wars sets. Let's bring our instructions back up and continue. And now it's time for bag 2. Bag 2 will give us our Imperial crew member. Well, a piece definitely fell off the table with that one. If we've seen a few sets during the transition period from the plastic to the paper, where some of the bags were in plastic and some of them were in paper. I have not frequently seen them mixed, but it's happened on a few occasions. So we're going to start with our Imperial crew member. Based on the fact he's holding no weapons, I would assume he's meant to be one of the computer operators. So there's our crew member. It doesn't want to focus. And let's keep going. Alright, we need one more. There should be one more pin there. You know what? I'm not wasting any time. So this will go here and become part of the back framing area. Yeah, that's all lined up. Okay, we're good. Let's keep going. Okay. All right, so it looks like we're creating some more structural shaping right now. That's not where that's supposed to go. That's where that goes. And we do get a coffee mug. This time in trans clear. And what looks like a data pad. This is probably an officer table. So now we're building another storage container here. This one looks like it has some kind of energy grenade stored inside. Or a drink. It may just be a drink. All right, let's keep going. All right. It says to push an axle through to hold this Technic bit straight here. Okay, that's been secured. And now we have some weapons and tools on the various clips around here. You can see here a couple blasters, a big rifle, a small blaster. So there's a rifle and a pistol here on this side that the crew can grab in case of a security breach, and also this device that's normally used by doctors, but in the case of a Star Destroyer, it can also be imagined as a torture device. Yeah, that looks like the correct placement. Let's secure that. We're at just about the 1 hour mark of stream now. I'd say we're making pretty good progress. I'm not seeing this little tile, but I was able to find a spare. interesting. We're doing some interesting things with the Technic framework here. Give me a moment. I'm trying to see how this all connects here. Looks like it goes through this hole here. And then we close off that frame on this side. Something just popped out the blaster. Let me see if I can get it here. I see where it went. It went onto my little keyboard and now onto the floor. Well, good thing they give us a little spare. I'll grab it from the floor when we go to break. For now, I'm just putting the spare on. So we have a Technic support pillar for the middle of the bridge now. But we have the beginnings of a Technic support pillar go. I think I know what that's for. And we have a chair on a turntable, probably for the commander. A captain's chair, if you will. And we're doing another turntable assembly. Looks like it's a hologram projector. Okay, that's cool. All right, you can see this hologram projector, and you can see this diamond-shaped piece that represents the projection of the Star Destroyer itself. That's pretty clever. And I'm guessing that red plate over there represents the control console for the holograms. I like how this piece has gone meta. Let's go ahead and put this into the ship now. And it's on a turntable, meaning you can actually spin it once it's placed. I could do that all day, but let's keep going because we still have a lot of build to do. So it looks like bag 3 is going to start an assembly for, it looks like, the forward section of the Star Destroyer. Since we're starting a new assembly, I'm going to take this back assembly off screen for a bit. And let's get bag 3 out. Alright, so it looks like we're starting to build up the shaping for the front half of the ship now. I think it's meant for these to go here. Okay. All right. We're starting to set up some framework on this end as well, which is good because it means that the structure of the ship can proceed following this assembly. These go here. And then these go up here. And then that goes in there. is go in here. All right, so we need to keep going. All right, we got there. We're going to be doing a bunch more stickers, it looks like. Here's what the first sticker looks like. Now I need to do 2 more stickers. Here's what the second sticker looks like. Basically a bunch of tech consoles. Let me just see. Good enough from that side. Good enough from that side. Let's continue. We're going to a whole Technic assembly here. This must be some of the framework stuff. Okay. All right, how does this connect up? Okay, those blue pins in the back here. And now we combine that with... I've been building Lego for a long time. I should know better than to pick it up with an trying to pick it up with an unsecured point. Let me just get everything fixed up over here. So let's see. This section is supposed to point this way. Let's get this panel resecured to the floor there. And then this forward section comes in here. And this part rests over this part like this. And we have a basic Star Destroyer shape. And it's showing pushing the axle through to secure the two halves. So now we have the shape, the basic floor plan shape of the Star Destroyer here. And it's going to have us do bag 4, but with the shape now connected. You know, let's do bag 4. I think I could go one more bag before a break. And I'm going to start using this table for the parts pile now. Our Star Destroyer is going to grow significantly in size as we go the next few bags. So we're going to start spreading out onto the second table for parts and assemblies. Lots of Technic bricks in this bag. It looks like we're going to be building up a lot of the framework here. That's going to support the sides and top. All right, let's get right into it. There it is. Okay, I think I know what that little section is meant to be at this point. All right. I wanted to do a big one today because I have an off-stream project build, multi-day build that's going to be occupying my work area for most of the week. So if I stream before next weekend, it's not going to be able to be Lego. It's going to be music or games, probably, because my Lego, my area is going to be occupied with a multi-day off-stream build. But yeah, I've been getting more and more big Lego now, so that's cool. Alright, we're connecting next to the pin here. And then we close that up on this side. and secure that. Let's make sure I'm putting everything in the correct positions here. All right. Again. That's a small axle. There it is. Looks like we're setting up for a lot of framework stuff here. So this lines up. How exactly? Okay, so these go over here. And that axle secures on this side here. And we just close it up on the other side and keep going. And now it looks like we push in the gray pins to secure it to the main frame here. They're still heavily weighted towards the back end here. It's not balanced yet, but at least the framework bits are now getting secured. And then it shows the axle also getting pushed through here. So lots of little bits securing this bit of the frame to the rest of it. That's good. I like secure frames. It means this thing's probably not going to break on me while I'm swooshing it. Sorry, I went behind the instructions there. All right, let's keep going. Looks like we're doing another little frame section here. These are back end connections that we're setting up right now. So we're probably setting up the mounting points for the engines. That's what all these Technic bits on the back are probably for. This ship is doing interesting things again. I like when build techniques surprise me. I think I counted that correctly. All right. That looks right. I hope I counted that correctly. Time for 2 more stickers. This sticker has some Orabesh on it. I have to do another lookup. So here is this first sticker. It's got a picture of two droids on the scanner, and the red on black isn't coming out so well in this not so great light, but there's some Aurebesh there that I would like to go translate real quick. So I'm gonna pull up my alphabet again. And let me see what I can figure out here. The droids something. Where? Okay. I think I know where this is going for. Okay. So the Aurebesh on here. Let me just see. There's no more Aurebesh surprises on the sticker sheet, so I don't have to keep interrupting the stream to do this. But the Aurebesh on the sticker, it says, the droids we're looking for. So those are the droids they're looking for. They just can't find them yet. So now I have to come back and put on another sticker. And these other stickers are just more tech consoles. So I don't think I have to show these. The inside of a Star Destroyer and the Death Star and other Imperial craft is full of lots of little computer consoles and machinery. That sticker is not good. Let me try that again. That's what this sticker looks like. Just some interior machinery paneling details. Alright, so now we're starting to fill in some of the framework for the sides here. Oh, yeah. I forgot about this pin. We pin it in there, and then we can attach the back there. And we have the first bit of the side frame going. I guess we have a couple pieces to secure it. And now we'll build up the the big framework piece for the other side. And then we'll be by the time we get this one on and finish this parts pile, we'll be 2 hours into stream. So we will take a break when we finish bag 4. I do want to get some water with this break. I think I counted correctly. Let's keep going. Now, usually on Saturdays, Brett streams, but someone told me he's sick this week, so he may or may not be streaming when we finish stream. If he's not streaming, then we'll just pick a musician like I usually do. It is Saturday night, and a lot of my musicians don't usually show up on Saturday night, but we have a long time to go before we can think about a raid. So we're going to keep going because it's really cool seeing this ship come together because this is one of the big ones. It's really interesting seeing all the cool techniques of how they get the distinctive wedge shape going. And it's time for 2 more stickers. But there's no Aurebesh on these, so I can just place them. This is just more machinery and paneling, so I'm not going to show these stickers. It would help if I put them straight, though. The Imperial has a clean military aesthetic going on. So I do want the stickers to look reasonably good. Still not straight. This sticker is being stubborn. It doesn't need to be perfect, but it does need to look good. Now it's too far in the other direction. Still not great, but good enough. We got to move on. Okay, this is some different machinery panels. So I guess I'll show this sticker. We're off the edge of the tile there. It was straight, but we were off the edge of the tile. And I don't like going off the edge, so let's fix that real quick. All right, there we go. It's good enough. Not perfect, but good enough. There's this other panels and machinery sticker. Guess what? There's only 3 more stickers on the sticker sheet. And we're still relatively early in the build. Alright, let's keep going. Secure the framework. And now the ship has its distinctive outline. All that's left now is to start filling in details and stuff. I do appreciate that a lot of the framework stuff is in the darker gray to distinguish it from the lighter gray that's going to be covering the whole ship. It gives some nice visual contrast and helps to keep the instructions readable. 2 more stickers. There's only going to be 1 sticker left after this, and we're still pretty early in the build here. And this is a sticker that's on a transparency. We're creating another view screen, it looks like. Once applied to the trans blue background, I can actually see what these stickers are supposed to represent here. But again, let's try to get it a little... You know what? It's a transparency. If I try and fix it, I'm going to mess up the sticker. I already scratched the sticker. We're going to leave it as is. So this sticker is a schematic of the Star Destroyer. Another one of those holographic computer screens that they have in Star Wars. And it looks like these 2 screens go in the back next to the other stickered computers terminals we put back there earlier. Okay, so this view screen is showing a star map and the status indicators for several TIE fighters. It looks like 2 of the TIE fighters have been damaged and 2 are still fully operational. And you can see the star map on the left showing their positions. Alright, let's keep going. Interesting. So it just has these clips holding these tiles. That's an interesting technique that I don't think I've ever... If I've seen this technique before, it's not common. It's certainly not a secure connection. And it looks like I missed 2 other tiles somewhere. On the computer screens in the back. Let's see if I can just slide these in. Oh, I never put the instructions back on after doing the Orabesh. My bad. There. Well, we're about to go on break, so let me give you something to look at real quick. And when we come back, then I'll put the instructions back up. But here, while I go on a quick break, you guys can enjoy looking at the frame of the Star Destroyer, which has already picked up the distinct shape, but still needs all the surface details. We still got a long way to go. We'll be together for a few more hours tonight. This is going to be a bit of a longer break, though, because I need to run up and get some water. but we'll be back pretty quickly. I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back from the break. Let's do a quick audio test here and then proceed with the build. Let's do a quick audio. We are good on the audio. We'll bring the instructions back up for bag 5 now. Never underestimate the importance of a good stretch break during a long stream. So it looks like we're getting our next crew member here. Oh, it looks like we're going to start building up the engine array. I can tell by the shapes of some of these pieces here. But first we're going to get our next crew member. Let me see if I can caught the piece. Didn't let it go. Alright. And I meant to put the parts pile over on the other table, but we can work with what we've got here. I'll make it work. So our next Imperial officer here is going to be Commander Praji. He's the guy in charge of this particular Star Destroyer and serves directly under Darth Vader. Engines usually come last in a ship, but given that this ship is bigger with a lot of surface area that needs to be covered over, it kind of makes sense that it looks like we're doing the engines earlier in the build. So here's Commander Praji. He's ready to command the ship as soon as we're done with it. And you know what? Since he's the commanding officer, let's move the regular crew member over and put him next to Vader there. And it's having me do a lot of stuff on the back end now, so I won't be able to get that on camera because I need to be able to see what I'm doing here. But you know what? Before I get into that, I'll just show you. This is what the back end looks like right now. And it looks like we're going to start putting in the engine array here. I guess I'll turn this around and show you step by step as we develop the engine block. Every couple pages I'll show you progress back here, because it looks like we are going to be doing some cool stuff here. And I just dropped 2 pieces. Give me a moment to recover them. So you can see the first thing we did is we added these four circular bits to the back there. You can still see the grid of Technic holes that the rest of the engines are going to go around. Looks like we're putting in the big engines now. So this is what the big engine is going to look like with the blue engine glow going on. How are these lined up? So these are the Star Destroyer's main engines I'm putting on now. Okay. So with those engines on, that's what the engine array looks like. You can see we've pretty much covered up the technicals nicely. They're still a little bit exposed. Alright, let's keep going here. Yeah, I think that little Technic bit sticking out is meant to be a carry handle. It's feeling a little bit more balanced, but still a little bit uneven. But I can use the handle for quick spinning so I can stay where the instructions are and see what I'm doing. So it looks like we're building up some more shaping for the back tower now. The back tower section that goes over the engines. And of course, the pink piece. The LEGO Star Wars design team has a tradition where they try and hide a pink piece in as many of their builds as possible. In a place, of course, where the piece is not going to be visible in the final build, because pink does not belong. Well, pink does belong in Star Wars, but it's very rare. So yeah, it looks like we're basically building up the central tower right now. Alright, let's do that again. Let's do this with the crew. Let's go from this end, actually. That way I have a little more maneuverability room here. Now it's time for another assembly. Where's this gonna go? I just like to know it's, yeah, so this is gonna be part of that core tower structure there. You'll notice the sticker sheet is still out because there's still one more sticker on it. We don't usually go through so much of the sticker sheet this early in the build, but that's cool. It means less stickers to do later. I see the ship's surface is leaving lots of room for greebling to happen. That's cool. It means that the ship isn't going to be fully flat on the outside. This goes here, and then this one goes here. And then this whole section goes up on top of the tower like this. Now, what are we looking at? We're looking at this. That. Now I turn this thing around. And put on the tiles to secure it on the other side. So the iconic bridge tower section is coming together now. Let me make an aesthetics adjustment here. Offset everything by one stud. Let's do a quick fix here. I miscounted the grill pieces in the picture. There we go, now it's proper. And this is how we close that gap in the back there. So this just goes in like this to close that gap. Nice. Bag 6. Okay, let's go on. Did I remember the grill piece? I did. Okay, good. It looks like we're starting to fill in the shell for the tower section now. Going. Let's make sure I'm using the correct pieces, though. Interesting. The clip pieces are going in opposition here. That's unusual. It may just be, maybe they represent Grabling, or maybe there's something coming later that I don't know. It's time for the final sticker here. And this is one that aesthetics dictates I do perfectly. This is the only external sticker in the set, but it's a really important detail, so I need to get it perfect. Finally got it straight, but it was considerably off center. I know I'm a little bit off camera right now. When I do stickers, I need to hold them a certain way in order to get things to line up, so. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's good enough to pass. We will proceed. Okay, so that's what that sticker looks like. It's what the iconic bridge looks like. That's what the iconic bridge windows look like from the outside. Alright. Okay. So this whole bridge section will attach up here like this. And now we just gotta make the top sections for the bridge there. Oh, I almost forgot. Here is the empty sticker sheet. We're only on bag 6 of 14, but we're done. We're done with stickers already. We no longer need that. Actually, it's a little refreshing to be done with stickers this early, because that never happens. So these ball bits that we're putting on top of the tower are actually the Star Destroyer's shield generators. And we close that all up around the tower. And you can see the Star Destroyer's iconic bridge tower is completed here. And we just have a little bit more greebling to put on top for the communications array. Let's see, how's that supposed to go? I need to see a picture of the Star Destroyer altogether. But it looks like the next bag we're going to start doing some surface paneling now. Okay, so that's supposed to be centered on those other pieces. Alright, so if I can get that to go on like that. And the communications array is done. And here you can see the Star Destroyer's distinctive bridge tower section up here is together. Now we need to start putting on the ship's plating around it and start building the surface of the ship. Bag 7. Bag 7 looks like a big surface panel. By bag count, at least, this bag is going to be the halfway point. Who knows by actual piece count? There's no way to track that, because not all the bags have the same number of pieces. will go there. This one will go here. And one for there. Yeah, this panel's coming together quickly, which is a good thing, because there's still a lot of build left to do after this. That one doesn't stick out far enough. Did I not get... that's because I didn't place the piece correctly. We're good. All right. All that goes there. Now this one can go here. And this little bit on the end there. Alright, so it looks like we're setting up the attachment points now. I think this is where it wants me to put this. Yeah. Yeah, it's lining up. Okay, we're good. Alright, let's get right back into this section now. Need to get everything to line up. Okay, I need to do all that again. And I use the incorrect piece on here. This needs to go into this piece. Okay, those are ready to go on. Okay, let's fix that before I put it on. Alright, that's secured now. I shouldn't have a problem with that little section falling apart anymore. Alright, now I got all those lined up, and we are okay, those are in. And now we attach these. So this is the underside plating for the for one side of the ship here. So it says they're supposed to come up and through, but doesn't show how they attach yet. Okay. Okay, so these white bits align with the pins, and I push the pins in to attach this section. That's how that all lines up there. And with the pins pushed in, I can fold this up. And as you can see, we've got the underside of this side of the Star Destroyer here. There is some gapping on the bottom, but you can't help that the way Lego works. The gap's not too bad, and it'll be filled in with shadow once we put the top sections on. But there's the underside plating there. Before I continue, I have to take care of something real quick. Not a full stretch break. This will just take a minute. Sorry about that. That was a health thing. But we're back on, so. It looks like we're going to be doing another big section of plating now, side plating. Okay, let us continue. I think that one's too long if I'm counting correctly. Yeah, this is the one I want. Alright, we're building another big side panel here. I want to make sure I'm getting the correct pieces. This one. And I'm going to need this one. Let's start with the easy one to place, which is this one. Okay. I need to find one more of those on the parts pile before this step is considered done. And we can turn the page. Alright, so basically what we're doing is we're creating another big panel shape here. So the shape of the panel is coming together beautifully. Ah, it's nice to see you again, Incurable Geek. Well, this ship is about as gray as they get, so I'm not sure. This is actually the second stream in a row that I used the bigger ship line, because my last stream a few days ago I did the Arctic Explorer ship from the City line. So yeah, that always a bigger ship line came in use twice this week. I do have some more Star Wars ships in the queue for next week. But I wanted to do this one tonight because my Lego workstation is going to be taken over for most of this week with a multi-day off-stream build that I'll be starting tomorrow. So, if I stream during the week, it's not going to be Lego. But I'll be back to Lego streams next week. Most likely next weekend. Still have a big build queue, but I got a really big set that I want to do. It's going to be a multi-day build, so I'll be doing it off stream. Well, I do have a big... my Star Wars fleet is getting bigger now, but they're not all gray. I do look for color when I do ships, but I had to have a Star Destroyer. Every serious Lego Star Wars fan needs to have a Star Destroyer. There are certain ships you just need to have. And I don't have a standard gray Falcon. I have the Dark Falcon from Rebuild the Galaxy, which is a black version. I do have the Smart Play Falcon, so I have a smaller gray Falcon. But, and then I have a bunch of ships of different colors. I have Darth Maul's ship. That's a very gray one. There's a lot of ships that are gray with color highlights. There's not a lot of ships that are full on color. But there's a lot that are colorful. There's a couple retired sets I want to get. One of them is the white version of the Falcon from Solo. But that one I heard is very expensive on the aftermarket, so it'll probably be a while before I justify that. Since I have two versions of the Falcon already, I think I want to go for the Ghost at retirement prices before I go for another Falcon at retirement. Yeah, there were 4 sets from Rebuild the Galaxy. The Jedi Bob. There's the Snowspeeder with the fire paint job. Then there's the X-Wing and TIE Fighter mashup. That's a fun one. Because you could put the... with the X-Wing and TIE Fighter mashup, you can switch the wings and create mutant hybrid starfighters. Probably one of my most unique Star Wars sets. Ah, there it is. One retired set I want to get is the Sand Speeder, which is another alt color for the Snow Speeder. That one hasn't inflated. Well, that one did inflate a little bit, but it's still not too terribly expensive, the Sand Speeder. And I say that by relatively. When you talk about retired Lego Star Wars, always assume the word relatively. Ooh, the shape of this hull plate is almost reminiscent of the matching section on the Venator Star Destroyer. Of course, we know that these gaps here are just so it can line up onto the model, but the shaping is definitely reminiscent. So they have the UCS Giant Venator and also the midi scale display Venator. I'm hoping that at some point they do a play scale Venator because I really like the shape of that ship. They have only ever done in the entire 26-year history of LEGO Star Wars, they've only ever done a play scale Venator once. And it was many years ago. And it's super inflated on the aftermarket now. But I really am hoping for a Venator at some point, a play scale one. Because I don't collect the display ships, and I only collect the play ships. That way I can display crew with them. It is my understanding that the Dark Falcon is set to retire soon. So if you are planning to get it, you might want to move on that one. If you want your discount points, of course, you can always get it from the aftermarket later. There is no time limit on the aftermarket if you're willing to pay post-retirement inflation prices. Oh, it's this one I'm supposed to be lining up against. Yeah, now that's making a lot more sense. So, orienting. I'm trying to self-orient here. So it's going to go on like this. All right. It's almost time to attach this section. Well, everything is put together. I've done some photographs and some logging of all the characters and stuff on the Hogwarts. I'm not going to be able to show the full project on stream because I had to put it in another room, but my plan for that is to do a recap video, do a pre-recorded recap video, and then play the pre-recorded video on a future stream. But it's going to take me some time to figure out how to do all that. So yeah, the Hogwarts is done at this point. Alright, it looks like we're putting on the greebling for this panel now. Then I come up here. That one goes there. And then we put this here. And that one goes there. Just make sure everything is straight and even. And we're ready to attach this big panel to the, alright, I gotta turn this around now. And I got everybody knocked together again. That's gonna happen with the big ship. This set is just called Imperial Star Destroyer, but the box does identify this Imperial Commander here specifically as Commander Praji, which means that even though the set is just called Imperial Star Destroyer, it represents a specific ship called the Devastator, which was Darth Vader's personal Star Destroyer before the Executor Super Star Destroyer finished construction. All right, let's see how this lines up here. Okay, so this goes in. This lines up with the other panel. Okay, so I see how this is going to go. So we push the pins here to secure this to the other panel. If I can just get everything to line up so that I can secure the pins. Yeah, my general rule with sets is if it's too big to stream, then I probably won't stream it. There's one set that I'm specifically planning to break into 4 streams because I know it's separated into 4 instruction books. But that'll come sometime in August because I have a lot going on this month already. But I am going to do a 4-part stream for one specific set. Other than that, if I don't think I can build the whole thing within a day, then I generally won't stream it. I don't like streaming incomplete builds unless there's like natural endpoints in them. So yeah, it looks like, alright, so the surface panel is done. Alright. Okay, alright, so yes, the Dungeon and Dragon set has 4 instruction books. So it makes sense to set that up as a 4-part adventure stream. So yeah, so this is pretty cool. What it does is you fold up these 2 side panels like this. And then it closes over the middle like this. And we have half of the surface of the Star Destroyer now. And on the back, you can see it's already got the engine array. So yeah, it's really coming together now. That's cool how that folds up to reveal the interior. And I have it approximately centered. Alright, Bag 9's can give us our next crewman. Yeah, I like this technique. You don't always see surface techniques like this one. Alright, so it looks like we got the next 2 bags. I'll be doing the same stuff for the other side. So let's panel up. If I want to do another long stream next weekend, I might do a 2-ship Imperial expansion. If I just want to do a regular length stream next weekend, then I'll probably do something else. I got one Star Wars thing in the queue that I really want to get put together though. So I might do that one and just do a regular length stream for next weekend. Alright. I want to focus my attention on the panel, so let me go ahead and we will get... So it looks like we're getting our 4th crew member in this bag here. And it looks like this is going to be our... Oh, that's going to be our Navy trooper. So he's basically one of the security guards for the ship. And he's supposed to get this little blaster here. So here is our Imperial Navy Trooper. And we will put him over here with his crewmates and continue on with starting up the panels for this other side here. I also just finished the, it took me a few weeks, but I finished the reorganization of my Lego built collection storage boxes, which means my little Lego City Police guy that I use as a security guard can come back out. I'm planning to take him out tomorrow. And what I used to do with my security guard before he got stored is I used to take him, and every day I'd move him to a different spot in my room, and he would just stand by and watch over my collection. One of the little things I used to do with my displays. You'll never know where you might find him amongst my stuff. Yeah, it took me a few weeks to get that done. It was insanity. The reorganization system caused me to go from 18 boxes and 3 bins, well, it was 19 boxes and 3 bins, all the way up to about 40 boxes because of the new way that I decided to do things. So, yeah, reorganization was a huge project. And my Star Wars boxes are full, which means I get to make, when I put this one away, to give it its storage assignment, I get to create a new box. So I'll be, it's a crazy number of boxes. Where is the piece I'm looking for? There it is. So yeah, I'm probably going to do one music stream this week and one gaming stream this week, just because my Lego build tables are going to be occupied with the off-stream project. I'm actually not on Brickset. I'm on Bricklink. I probably should check out Brickset. I've heard good stuff about them. out by one stud. I think I messed something up somewhere. No, that's in alignment. All right, let me... Oh, yes, I did mess that up. Yeah, now it will work. Okay, so now we're putting on the attachment points. That will allow this panel to connect with the rest of the ship. Let's see, how does this one line up? It lines up with the middle pin. Okay, so this one, so much gray. That's why sometimes when I look at the instructions, I need to like stop and count studs and stuff. Also, when I stop talking, it allows me to build a little more efficiently. So there's often times during Lego builds where I'll just stop talking for a while and focus. We're doing a little bit of technique now, so this is one of those times. I will say I do collect the CMFs as they come out. And then I want to do a collection of like all the CMF figures. I know I'm not getting Mr. Gold, but I do want to go back and do a full set. However, going backtracking, I started around series 25 or 26 with the collect every new set, and I was able to count down back to series 21. So I still have 20 more CMF series to find. I've just been aftermarketing full sets for the CMFs. I do like when a new set comes out if I have the opportunity to actually go to the store and scan though. I dropped a piece. Can I see it? Where did it go? I see where it went. And I see 2 more pieces on the floor. One of which is a spare bit at this point. See something. Am I doing this right? Yes. Sometimes with Lego, pieces like to randomly fly out of my hand. Okay, that's crazy. If that's how long a Star Destroyer needs to be, I don't even want to think about an Executor class or a Death Star. If that's just the regular Star Destroyer you're talking about. So these are the connection points that will actually allow it to connect with the main body here. Actually, this Lego model is comparable in size to the Dark Falcon, so there's definitely not really any scaling going on here. that one's placed. We need to see about the one on this side. Looks like this one goes here. Yeah. Let's bring this back so I can do my attachments. So this comes up into the structure, and then I push these pins in, and that will secure this section into the main build here. Just need to get this side lined up. There we go. The pins are in, and that piece is on. Did you see this little bit on the inside? This hollow projector? You can see this little, this little diamond piece represents a holographic representation of the Star Destroyer itself. So I thought it was pretty cool to have a little meta moment in the set. Alright, so that panel piece is on. So let's get the next bag going so we can finish up the paneling on that side. And we're going to get our 5th crew member here. There's a lot of little computer consoles and displays around the bridge area inside. The whole interior is set up to look like the iconic triangular bridge area with the 2 decks. So we're about to put together the 5th crew member here. We're coming up on the 4-hour mark of stream. I predicted based on piece count that this would be about a 6-hour build tonight. So I think we're making a pretty good time. Now, we've got this big panel we got to do here. But first, our 5th crew member. So 3 feet. So the Dark Falcon then is not too much smaller than actual minifigure scale. All right. So this is the Imperial Gunner. The 5th of 7 minifigures in the set. So we should see 2 more characters later. But there's our Imperial crew so far. And let us get right into the build here. Let's make sure I start with the correct plate. Yeah, the count checks out. Let's go right into this section. I used the incorrect piece there. Let's fix that before it becomes a serious issue. Now we can proceed. This part is behaving correctly now. Lots of gray going on. This is probably my grayest set in the whole collection. And I have several hundred sets. Actually, my first Speed Champions car was pretty gray, but it was the 007 Aston Martin. But it was gray, but it was classy gray. It was a beautiful car. And because it was a lot smaller than this model, there wasn't as much gray, even though the whole car was gray. But that was the grayest set in my collection until this one came along. Actually, I take that back, because I have the Mando N1 Starfighter, not the UCS version. The version they put out a couple years ago. The play scale. Yeah, that looks correct. So if I flip it over and I orient things, okay, yeah, that's how it goes, okay. Yeah. All right, yeah, we're back in order now. I think once this panel is on, that'll be a natural place to take our next bio break. Because we will have done most of the plating for the ship at that point, and we'll still have to build up the plating for the central section. But with this, all the side plating will be done once we have this section attached. So that'll be a natural place to take a break, and we don't have to think about forcing things. It's probably going to be a full water break, so we'll be a few minutes once we go, but we get to finish this first. We get to finish this panel and attach it first. I like to try and time breaks for natural places in the build. I mean, there's still 4 more bags left, so I'll probably be here another couple hours once, or I'll be here for at least another little while after the break, of course. But you do what you gotta do. I just try and do breaks periodically. because it helps with the health. Okay. If you are going to go, though, before I go on break, after I attach this, I'll show you some of the things that have been done so far on the model. But there's one really cool feature I got to show you once I put the panel on. I don't normally do long streams like I did with the Hogwarts. That was a special project that called for it. When I do Lego, sometimes I do go a bit long, depending on the size of the set. But for the most part, I don't really do big, huge, long. Well, I guess a 5 to 6 hour Lego build would be considered a huge stream. But yeah, the Hogwarts project was a little bit unusual in that regard. And as massive as the Hogwarts project is, and the fact that no Lego project I've done before, and no Lego project I'll ever do again is going to be nearly on that scale, it still represents less than 8% of my total piece count on built sets. I don't have piece count considerations for unbuilt sets because I don't add to my Bricklink inventory until I build a set. So by piece count, Hogwarts is still less than 8% of my total built collection. Putting on one of those on the other piece. No, it's there. Okay. All right, I see what it's doing. And then we get this piece that goes over here. Like, gap is supposed to be there. And now we put these in. Now we're putting these in. Yeah. And we are one for match. What do I do for my music streams? Well, music streams are not really a regular thing. I want to get the piano practice going, but still working on the tech for that. Other than that, there's this AI music robot that I like to play with sometimes. So maybe we'll do some song generation streams and see what it comes up with. And I also do a little bit of karaoke, but I'm not very good. And I always put a disclaimer on those that, hey, warning, your ears may bleed a little bit. But that I'll never get better if I don't practice. So I do sometimes stream karaoke, even though I'm not good. That's where the line is. Yeah, that's where I put that one. I'm going to be thinking about music a lot this week because the set I'm doing off stream actually is very much a music related set. Check something real quick here. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, I don't have any of those big modulars. No, it's the piano. The piano is a large set that's going to retire soon. That set has a piece count comparable to the Enterprise, so it's definitely going to be a multi-day build for me. So we're putting on the greebling here for this this section here, and then we will be ready to attach this panel, and then I'll show you the really cool thing that the set does. I'm sure it does other cool things that we haven't built yet, but I can show you at least one of the really cool features. I think it's saying to put this one here. Oh, there's a, yeah, got that hair off good. So if we get these last two wedge plates on, we'll be ready for attachment. Okay, so yeah, just checking it to make sure everything is fully pressed in and together, and I can go ahead and attach this to the other section now and fold it up, and we will have most of the Star Destroyer's plates, outer plating in place, but there's still one central section that has not been built yet. So yeah, those pins are connected. And we can fold this in and make sure everything is lining up. Let me just make sure from the back. Yeah, I'm getting the shape. Okay. So bag 11 is going to come up right after the break. But here is what I have so far. You can see most of the body is together. We still have this exposed section in the middle. And there's this little bit of Technic sticking out here in the middle of the bridge there. All I have to do is pull that up, and it becomes a carry handle and makes the whole ship switchable. It's pretty cool how they were able to include a carry handle. It is pretty heavy, but it doesn't feel like it's going to fall out of my hand or anything. As far as traditional swooshing, you do need two hands for this one, but it still works kind of. It doesn't swoosh like the Starfighter models, though. Those are easier to hold in one hand, but still pretty cool. And of course, you saw these panels open, and you can look in on the whole bridge. But even closed up, you still get this chunk of the bridge back here. There was, where's that sticker? There's one sticker somewhere on here. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get it on camera. Okay, I found the sticker, but I don't know if I'll be able to get it on camera. There's a sticker right here. And no, that's not going to come up on camera. But it's a scan of the two, it's a scan showing the outlines of R2-D2 and C-3PO. And it has Aurebesh on it. And it says the droids we're looking for. It's always cool when the Star Wars sets put some Aurebesh on a sticker. And then I can go on my alphabet and look up what it says. There's one other bit of Aurebesh in here. There's this little cargo crate down here that holds two thermal detonators. There's this cargo crate, and on the side there's some Aurebesh there, and that just says cargo. Let's see, anything else noteworthy? Yeah, there's a little commander's chair here. There's a, right there, there's a commander's chair. And on his desk, you can see a coffee mug, or some kind of drink mug. He has a trans clear one. But Lego's a tradition of putting a mug in certain places like that. Let's see, I showed you the holo. There is a weapons rack back there. There's another storage container here. Lots of computer consoles around. There's another sticker I don't think we can get to back here. But on the back here, on the back end, there's a pair of computer screens right back in there. One of them shows the schematic for the Star Destroyer, and the other one shows a star map with status indicators for a couple TIE fighters. So there's a lot of little computer screens and bits, and I showed you the holo projector with the holo Star Destroyer. So yeah, that's a bunch of stuff going on the interior there. And I'm going to go ahead and fold this up now. And we will take a short break, and when I come back, we'll be filling in this middle gap here. But again, there's the engine array. You can see the command tower here, the whole command tower section with the shield generators and the communication array. So yeah, most of the Star Destroyers together. We just have this middle deck we have to fill out when I come back. And just so things are ready, let me put bag 11 onto the table. And when I come back, we've got 4 more bags to do here. But since I'm walking away, I'll leave the model on screen so you have something to look at while I'm on break. Alright. I hope to see you again soon. I'll definitely be doing much more LEGO on this channel. My build queue right now is over 30 sets. So I hope to see you again. If you want to come back later, I still got this middle section to do. So there's 4 more bags and 2 more characters. If you don't want to come back later, that's cool too. So yeah, but I'll be here. This is a big set. There's still a lot more to go. All right, we're back from break. Let's do a very quick audio test. All right, we're back from break. All right, we are testing successful on the audio. Let's bring the instructions back up. And bag 11 is going to give us our final Imperial crew member, which is a stormtrooper. I'm glad to finally be getting more stormtroopers in my collection, because stormtroopers are the kind of thing that if you're going to make a proper Imperial display, you really need a lot of them. I have 5 or 6 stormtroopers so far. Oh, we're building a whole new assembly here. Let me put the stormtrooper together, and then I'll rearrange my table to make things a little more efficient here. So yeah, let's get our little trooper together first. Alright, there's the blaster. Standard issue Stormtrooper blaster. So there's our Stormtrooper. The final Imperial crew member for tonight. But we still have one more minifigure coming up in a later bag. Now, let me move the parts over here, because we're about to do another assembly here, and I can just see some of this was a bad idea, and some of the things are going to go down the crack here. But first, let me... Oh, we just lost a bunch of pieces to the floor. I'll put the Star Destroyer itself over here, out of the way for right now, because we're working on another whole section here. And let me parts dive on the floor, because we just dropped a whole bunch of pieces. Gonna do a quick feel around and make sure that's everything that fell. Okay, I think that's everything that went down. Obviously, if I'm digging through the parts pile later and I don't detect something, there might be more down there, but for now I think that's everything. That's everything that I could see and feel down there. So it looks like this last assembly is going to be a massive affair, so let's go ahead and get it started. I have no idea what to expect other than this assembly is going to fill in the middle gap in the main unit here. piece. There it is. This one goes there. Here. Okay, we get this one, and there. And I just flicked a piece off the table. I don't even see where, there, yeah, I do see where it went. Okay. Okay, that one goes there. Can we, yeah. That goes there. Alright, that's on. And this one will go here. Alright, this looks like an involved step here. Alright, keep it. So it looks like this piece has some heavy greebling going on. This little bit we're building now. Interesting greebling there. Sure. Yeah, that is supposed to be a level above. All right, let's keep going. This will go here. All right, those are on. All right. Interesting. Okay, so this is going to be an actuator of some kind, the way it's put in here and the way it flexes. There's going to be some kind of play feature that's going to go down there. Let's just keep going with the build. I'm not even going to try and predict what's going to go on there. We'll just have to wait and see. It will reveal its secrets in time. Okay. Whatever this action feature is going to be, the moving piece is secured in place now and isn't going to come out. So we just have to keep building up around it and see what it will do eventually. Goes here. Then that will go there. All right. What's next? So now we're filling in some more shaping for this section. There's a turntable bit going on here as well. Oh, interesting. Okay, I see what's going to happen here. That's a pretty cool play feature. So it looks like we got our first turbo laser here. And when you move this bar, it causes the turbo laser to rotate. I see parts for more lasers, turbo lasers in the parts pile. So it looks like we're going to build a few more of these. What's different about this one, though? Because this one did something different. I can't tell what's different. Let's just go on. What makes this play feature even more impressive is they didn't go with Technic to make this these lasers rotate. They used standard. This whole play feature is built on standard system parts. Got to build 2 more of these turrets. I have a feeling bag 12 is going to be all the same stuff we're doing now. For the other side of the ship. Let me make sure. On the inside. Okay, one more. We need to create one more turbo laser turret. There is a piece that's not on the parts pile, meaning it's still on the floor. Do I have a matching piece in the spare bits? It doesn't appear like I have a matching piece at this time, so I do have to floor dive for a missing piece. This is a mission critical piece. Found it. Now let's put my tables back. Alright, we are ready to continue. I left a gap at the front of the camera there. Let me... I like the... Alright. Let's get this last turret into its position here. And now you can see the turbo lasers there. And when I move this, they turn, they have synchronized turning. That's a pretty cool feature right there. Let's keep going. All right. We're almost done with bag 11 here. I'm pretty sure bag 12 is going to be more of the same. Let's get going. No, we want to be, yeah, that goes there. And this one will go here. And these will go here. And we're pretty much done with bag 11 pretty shortly here. And with that, it's time for bag 12. Ah, I can see a very special piece in this parts pile. Multiple play features on the section we're building up now. Alright, so these will go along here. Okay, oh, what's going on here? These go in here. these go here. Alright, I think I'm back on track with my counting now. Yeah, we're good. These go here. All right, yeah. No, I messed up that. This stud goes here. Now this goes here. All right. I do like the synchronized turbo lasers. That's a cool effect. And I especially like that they pulled that off without using any Technic. Action features like that often require the use of Technic pieces, so it's pretty cool that they did that one without. Alright, so that goes there. Okay. That's all right. I think I know what's going to happen here. Yeah. This little brick here, this is the flick fire. This is a flick fire missile tube. So it looks like we're setting up a mechanism for the ship's cannon now. The functional cannon, I mean. So yeah, this middle section we're putting together now has two play features. It has the synchronized rotating turbo lasers, and it's going to have flick fire missiles as well. They've loaded a lot of play into this one little section of our Star Destroyer. Interesting. And this little piece here, it's the traditional CMF series display stand. Okay, we're back looking at this way again. All right. We're almost done with this bag. And we just passed the 5-hour mark of stream. So my estimate that this would be a 6-hour build, probably spot on. Because we still have 2 more bags to go here. just gotta finish covering over this bit here. Time for bag 13. It looks like 13, we're going to build a mirror assembly for this one. So this is that little section we built, which is going to be 1/2 of the top cover for our Star Destroyer. Such a cool feature with those turbo lasers. I'll just set that over here. And we will proceed with bag 13. It looks like 13 and 14, we're going to build a matching assembly for the other side of the ship. And then at the end of bag 14, it will show us how to attach them into one unit. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's get right into it. This side may or may not go a little faster now that I know what to expect. However, keep in mind this is a pretty involved assembly. It was hiding. I gotta take care of something real quick. Not a full stretch break, but I got something I gotta take care of real quick. Sorry about that. I don't normally take breaks while I have a parts pile. But I have this thing I have to take care of sometimes that doesn't always time itself conveniently. I just want to see. Okay, so that is the inside of the ship there. What I'm working on. All right. Let's get that on. All right, let's all right. This piece. Alright, that one goes there. And here. These go here. Yeah, I think that's ready to be added here. All right. So it looks like we're about to set up the turbo laser deck for the for this side of the ship now. This tile, which goes on like that, and then that goes into here. And now we can secure that into place. This side is definitely coming together. It feels like it's going a little faster. But of course, we know what to expect because we've done all this before. So, we generally know what's coming. And so it works a little more efficiently. There's still the matter of parts pile hunting, though. And we're building up the turbo laser turrets now. And the first turbo laser is on. Now I just got to build the other three. Okay, one more turbo laser cannon, and then this side of the ship will be fully armed. There's the last gun piece. And it is on. So this row of turbo lasers is set up and ready to go. Let's keep building. Alright, let's keep going. These go here. We're almost done with bag 13. And then we can move on to the final bag of this build. Did I put that correctly? I think so. Yeah. So that gap is supposed to be there. Okay. Alright, let's this one will go in here. Okay. So I have a 4x1 here, which means I missed something somewhere. It goes right here. Okay, we're good to go. Bag 14 will begin with our final character of the night. We are now opening the final bag of the build here. Oh, wow. Okay. There's 4 flick fire missiles in this parts pile. Usually when they give you flick fires, they'll give you 2 shots for the ship itself and 1 spare for 3 missiles. But here it looks like they're giving you 2 spare. So here are our missiles. I'm going to go ahead and set them aside. I will test the flick fire missiles once we put this all together, but after the initial test, they're probably never going to be armed again. We're going to go ahead and put together, this is the Cal Kestis 25th anniversary of Lego Star Wars figure. 2 years ago, for the 25th anniversary of Lego Star Wars, they released a series of 7 anniversary figures across 7 of the sets. And this is Cal Kestis from the, he's the Jedi Survivor. This is my 3rd of the anniversary figures. I don't know if I'm getting the other 4. I don't know if I want to go for those sets, but the remaining sets I know for sure are, I think 3 of the 4 are retired of the, but yeah, it's a cool series, and I may get the other sets just so I can say I've completed the series. Says there's a plate that's supposed to go with these as well. That's for connecting these to other. So all 7 of the anniversary figures come with this little stand with this printed tile showing the 25th anniversary of Lego Star Wars logo. And the idea for this little plate sticking out the side is you can actually connect these bases and display the 7 characters in a row. Now we will put Cal Kestis on, and I will show you him. There's our Jedi Survivor. And we will put him here behind the Imperial crew. He's a Jedi, so it wouldn't be right to put him with the Imperial crew. So we'll just put him like that. Can I make his lightsaber appear a little bit better, maybe? There, now you can maybe, you can kind of see him raising the lightsaber now. Let's proceed with our build. Alright, that goes there. We're just under the 6-hour mark of stream, so I don't think we're going to finish at under 6, but we'll be finished very close thereafter. And by 6, I mean 6 hours. It's actually 9:45 here. These go over here. And then some more. Where's that piece? There it is. let's go here. All right. Those go there. And we keep going. All right, these will go here. So yeah, not a lot left. Once we finish off this section, we'll connect it to the matching section, and then we can put them on the ship and play around with it a bit and swoosh it, and then we can go. I'm getting hungry, so after stream, I will definitely be going to find something for dinner. And here is the other missile tube. All right, let's keep going. We're just putting on some more surface texture at this point. We're pretty much there. Alright, we're just putting on some, it looks like we're putting on some final surface texture and greebling. There's not much to go at this point. Something's not lining up right here. Going back a few steps to see what I missed. I forgot a couple pieces on that step. That's what that was. Back to where we were. All right. Looks like we're on the last two pieces of our build here, and then we can put everything together. So this shows how the two of these sides connect. It goes together like that, basically. So that's the middle section here. And that's going to be the front, because this is where the actuators are. And it's falling apart in my hands, which means I didn't have them clipped together all the way. But there they go. They're clipped now. And of course you can move the turbo lasers on both sides. And that shows how you put it on the model. I'm actually going to turn the instructions off for this. But before I actually put them on the model, I'm going to test the missiles just so I can see how they load. Well, I know how they load. On some of the smaller ships that have the missiles, sometimes the missiles are exposed. But for bigger ships like this, they usually try and hide the missile tubes. And I appreciate that. That wasn't a triggering, because it wasn't actually loaded. It wasn't all the way clicked into the tube. And I'm going to test both sides because I just want to... I want to see how they're triggered here. Okay, so I pushed it in, and that little Technic piece flopped up. So that Technic piece must be the actuator. Yeah, because it's at a different level than the tube on the other side. So let me load up the other tube. Now, normally I leave these unloaded, but I do like to test them one time. So you can see these two little Technic pieces popped up. So those must be the actuators for the missiles. I'm going to press this one. Yeah, and that one shot out into my hand. And I will set it aside and not load it again. And now I will just test the other side here. Yeah. So the missile tubes work, but they will probably never be used again. Now let's bring the big ship back on here. And let's figure out how this attaches. So this lines up into here. Like, I just popped a panel off. So this lines up there. And it looks like it just rests in place like that. Okay, so when everything's put together, it really does capture the shape and the menace of the ship. It's got some nice weight to it also. Meanwhile, I'm going to keep going. I'm still looking at the instructions over on my other screen. I turned it off so you can see what we're doing. So here is the page I'm looking at now is just showing how to use the missiles. We already tested those. So I'm just going to move on to the next page. Okay. Interesting. All right. So, yeah, we're just over the 6-hour mark of stream. If you count talk time, if you count the talk time at the beginning of stream and the breaks, the build time is just under 6 hours. So let's take a few minutes and appreciate this ship, because this is one of the most menacing and imposing ships that Star Wars has to offer. Definitely a heavy ship. Probably comparable in length to the Falcon that we did last year. Now all right, so we looked at the missile tubes. We have, of course, the turbo lasers. Works on both sides. You can open these flaps in the middle to access the carry handle. And if we pick that up, we can swoosh it a little bit. It's also swooshable. Well, somehow I'm managing to swoosh it by one hand, but I don't want to drop it. Yeah, I'm not even going to try from the back. The standard swoosh for the standard swoosh, you need the two hands because it's a heavy ship. But again, you can also hold it by the handle. And it feels like a secure handle. It doesn't feel like it's going to fall off. It's also cool that they gave you a cover for the handle so you can hide it away to make the ship look more realistic. Then when you want to play inside, you take this section out. It just lifts off. And then you can open up the sides here. And then you can see inside. I knocked something off the table. Just my brick separator. And actually, since we're done building, I can actually put the brick separator away. One last look at our separator. But it's no longer part of stream because we don't need it anymore. So yeah, Brett's not on. I didn't think he would be on tonight because he was sick this week. What's our music options? We don't have a lot of music options tonight, but we'll make something work. But you can see into the interior there. You can see this holograph projector, little diamond holographic Star Destroyer right there. I'm not going to try and show you any these other computer screens. I can't really get into them. Some workstations for the crew. Alright, let's close it all up. And of course, let's close it all up. And let's go back to the standard exterior view. And something popped off. Fixed it. Yeah, I had some plates that weren't studded in all the way. That's why that came loose. So with folded up like that, I can then come back, take our top section, put that into place here, line that up, and it should sit right on top, but in a secure manner, so it's not going to flop around. And we will. Alright, so that's all in place. From the back, you can see the classic engine array there. And then, of course, we have the command tower here. And, yeah. This was a fun one. It may be just gray, but it looks nice. It looks nice and clean, and it's definitely gonna have a place on the display shelf. It may just be gray on the outside, but it's still pretty cool. One more look at those engines there. And I do appreciate the carry handle and the fact that the carry handle is covered for display. Let's see. I do want to take a quick look. The underside is pretty clean looking too. Lego designers don't always put a lot of attention to the underside, but I'm going to take this piece off so I can show you the underside without it slipping everywhere. You can see the underside's got a clean look. You can see some gappings where the hull platings are at their angles, but that can't be avoided with Lego. The way Lego works, you're going to have gapping when you do angular things like this. I'm not sure why that one's not resting in place all the way. Once I put this section back though, it should fall into order. Yeah. Clean lines, clean angles. Like I said, there is that gap down the middle, but I don't think that gap really detracts from the look. If anything, it serves as an outline marker to show the shape and how the top panels actually, it shows how the top panels are actually separate and angular themselves, coming down at an angle like that to the sides. So that middle seam there, even though it's noticeable, I don't think it actually detracts from the effect all that much. Now, what are we going to do? Who are we going to raid? Issa's on, but we raid her a lot. Dresdy's on, but she won't be. She's not usually on this late, so she'll probably be quitting soon. Jer is on. We can try raiding him. I don't think I've ever raided him. There's a musician I used to raid a lot in the late evening, and he has been kind of on a semi-hiatus recently, but Jer is another musician who's a friend of that channel, so I will attempt to raid Jer Roke tonight, if I can type it. So, if I'm back with this, I might do a Lego stream tomorrow. If I don't stream tomorrow, then I won't be doing a Lego stream until next weekend. But I am going to try and do some weekday streams with other content. I've been talking about getting games and music going for a few months now, and I haven't really done that. So, maybe. I need to, because my these Lego build tables will be occupied with a multi-day off-stream build for most of the week. So we'll be doing if I'm able to stream during the week, we'll be doing other content, not Lego. But yeah, this was a fun one, and this one had some interesting build techniques. It was cool to see it come together. Yeah. I could play with these turbo lasers all night. And you know what? Let's do one more missile test. Because when we did the missile test, it was when that section was disconnected. Now we can see the Star Destroyer shoot the missiles for real. And no, I'm not going to shoot them across the room. I'm going to shoot them one at a time into my hand. So first the one that's closer to the camera. And now the one that's closer to me. So yeah, with everything fully loaded and the section on the ship, the missiles still work. And of course the little access door for the carry handle. And you can make it fly or hover in place. Star Destroyers don't really swoosh. They hover in place a lot of the time, letting the TIE fighters do the work for them. Alright. Darth Vader, Commander Praji, Imperial crew member, Imperial Navy trooper, Imperial gunner, Stormtrooper, and Cal Kestis, the Jedi Survivor, our anniversary figure. Let's raid out. Let's find somebody. Oh, we haven't done this. View it from the front, coming towards the camera. It's going to get you. You see the ship? You want to get out of there as soon as possible. Actually, if you see the ship, you're probably already dead. This is the Empire we're talking about. And while the set is technically called Imperial Star Destroyer, and the Empire has thousands of these around the galaxy, this particular Star Destroyer, because the box explicitly identifies the commanding officer as Commander Praji, and because of the presence of Darth Vader, this set specifically represents the Devastator, which it was Darth Vader's personal Star Destroyer before the Super Star Destroyer Executor was completed. But we are ready to go now. Give me one moment and we will raid out. So yeah, this is about the same size as my Dark Falcon. So in the real galaxy, of course, the Millennium Falcon is much smaller than a Star Destroyer, but still much bigger than a Starfighter. And then the Star Destroyer is tiny compared with the Death Star. There is no scale synchronization when it comes to Lego Star Wars. Alright, so we're going to attempt to raid Jer. I've never raided him before, I don't think, so I don't know if he's one who blocks raids or not, but we will attempt. We'll be back with more content during the week, and we will be back with more Lego. Actually, I know for a fact we'll be back with more Lego next weekend, because next weekend celebrating a special anniversary with a special Lego set. So we'll definitely have more Lego next weekend. But I won't be able to do Lego during the week. So if I'm back during the week, we'll do music and or games. Have a good night. I will attempt to raid Jer now. May the Force be with you, and I will see you soon. Raid Jer now, and I will see you soon. Okay, Jer is blocking raids. I see someone else who literally just came on. Let me see if they're actually on or if they're on their splash screen. Because a lot of raids start with a starting soon screen. I mean, a lot of streams do a starting soon screen, and I want to make sure that when we raid, we'll be able to see them. So I'm just checking out this channel. Oh, they're still on the starting soon screen. Alright, I guess we can stall for a few minutes. I will stall for 1 minute, for 1 to 2 minutes. And if this other streamer hasn't started, we'll fall back to Issa, who I know doesn't block raids. But we raid Issa all the time. So I will stall out for a couple of minutes here, and we can talk about Star Wars a little more. Yeah, my Star Wars collection really is growing now. This is a pretty big ship. Although I will say it's a little bit smaller than the box implied in terms of physical size. But a lot of, in the last few years, they have been slightly shrinking a lot of the ships. They're going for more detail, less size and more detail, basically. Basically making the plastic count more, I guess, is what's going on there. So yeah. Let's do some more angle shots while we stall out here. They do work on this side too. There's nothing in there. Of course, we can do the menacing hover in place that the Star Destroyers do. If you take the handlebar. Yeah, you take the carry handle, and then you can make it hover in place. And you can see the shadow. Oh, that's cool there. Just hovering over the table and just looking at that dagger-shaped shadow down there. Yeah. It may be the least colorful of all my Lego Star Wars models, but it's definitely one of the coolest so far. I still would, in terms of favorites, personal favorites, I would still put the Dark Falcon ahead of this one, but this one's pretty close to the top of some of my favorite ships in the collection. Onyx Cinder is pretty unique as well, and the Resistance Transport. And I did do the Smart Play version of the Millennium Falcon off stream. That's up there amongst some of my favorite Lego Star Wars ships that I've done. And of course the X-Wing and TIE Fighter mashup. Those were unique. Alright. How much longer can I stall out? Okay, so I have 2 more Imperial ships in the build queue. And 1 more, I have 1 ship and 1 ground vehicle that are tied to the Mandalorian show. Or I should say the Mandalorian series. Actually, technically one of my Imperial ships represents the Mandalorian era as well. So yeah, we'll stall out. I don't know how much longer we can stall out. But let's do the shadow effect again. It is a little heavy, so it is a little awkward to hold like this. But yeah, It looks like the Empire has found Cal Kestis. Will the Jedi survive again? Find out on an upcoming, on a never to be resolved cliffhanger. Let's look at that big engine block again. That's really nice, the way they engineered that whole back end there, and of course the control tower, and the way the light is hitting off of that. Did you just see? Do you see the way the light is just reflecting off the plastic there? Interesting. Let's go inside again while we stall out here. And this is too heavy to hold up to the camera at this point, but you can see all the bridge area in here. And it looks like there's enough room I can put everyone inside for storage as well. Interesting. If I lay them all down, I can just pile them all in for storage there. Of course, you can put Darth Vader and Commander Praji walking along the upper deck here, looking down on the crew below. Again, here's our little hologram projector, including this little holographic representation of this Star Destroyer. I like when sets go a little bit meta like that. And while we have it open, you can see all the computer workstations inside and everything. And let's review the minifigures one more time while we continue to stall. Let's get another close-up of the minifigures. Here is Cal Kestis, the Jedi Survivor. Here is the Stormtrooper. Most Imperial sets have one or two of these, so it will be easy to get a lot of those, relatively speaking. Here is an Imperial Gunner. Here is... This guy is the Imperial Navy Trooper. We have a Imperial crew member. There's no weapons, so I'm going to go ahead and say he's one of the computer operations technician guys. Here's our commanding officer, Commander Praji. But his minifigure is generic enough. You can use him to really represent any Imperial Star Destroyer commander. And the big man himself, Darth Vader. So we have a well-rounded selection of Imperial crew here for the Star Destroyer. And there, another look at Cal Kestis. Because you'll see the other guys again. The Imperials are in many sets. This will probably be Cal Kestis' only appearance in LEGO Star Wars. So, alright. I'm going to go ahead and fold this back up now. may just sit on top without studding in, but it's still holds its place rather nicely. As long as you don't swoosh it upside down, you shouldn't have an issue with the center with the central portion. It sits on there, even though it just sits on there, it does so in a relatively secure manner. As long as you don't swoosh it too wildly. But given the weight of the ship, just picking it up takes effort. So there's the shadow again. And if I lift it off, almost off screen, you can see just how big the shadow is. I've been stalling a lot longer than I usually do after finishing a build. For a standard two-hand carry, this feels like it's a pretty decent way to do it. And here you can get a little bit of a better swooshing than you can with the carry handle. Alright, chat is starting to happen in this other stream. I'll give her 1 to 2 more minutes, and then we really gotta just get out of here and pick someone else. The reason I'm waiting so long for this one stream is because I know that she likes Star Wars, so it's a good musician to segue into for tonight. I like that with a little bit of shadow hanging under it. And when you hold it two hands like this, it feels good in the hand. I'm not even going to try to one-hand this thing on the end there, because it's just that's going to be a disaster. I can sort of one-hand it from the side here, but that still feels like it's unsafe. But with this two hands, it actually feels pretty good in the hand there. Like I said, very heavy, very bulky. I do like... There were some really interesting build techniques in this one, I will say that. It's really cool how they got all the shape to work together. How they made all the angles work together. It's also really cool that the action for the turbo lasers, the synchronized turbo lasers, they managed to design that without using any Technic. That's a pretty cool bit of engineering also. Let's fire another missile. I'm just going to do the one on this side though, because this is the one that can be seen on camera. Line it up with the tube there. Oh, I had it facing the wrong way. That's why it wasn't going in. Alright. The trigger has been active. The trigger has been positioned. The missile is loaded. The trigger has popped up. Let's launch this missile now. I do think it's cool that they gave you an extra. Usually they only give you one extra. Here they gave you two. And actually, let's just so that both missile tubes can have equal use, because I'm a little bit crazy like that. Yeah, I've been stalling too long. I've now stalled about 15 minutes. I'm going to give this streamer one more minute, and then we're just going to go to Issa. Alright. Yeah, so, anything I can show, anything else I can show off while I'm over here? Oh, I did an off-stream build I guess I can try and show on camera. Yeah. And now with this bit off, you can still see the main area of the bridge down there with the top section off. Even folded up, you can see the main play area in there. Alright. Oof. Alright, my backup, it looks like, is getting ready to quit for the night. I stalled too long, and now I can't rage to the backup, so it looks like we do have to wait at this point because I stalled too long. Okay, things are happening in the chat here, so hopefully they'll be starting soon. But yeah, a ship like this deserves more screen time when completed than just, oh, we're done, let's raid out. So maybe it's not a bad thing. We're getting some time to really admire and enjoy the clean, militaristic, Imperial aesthetic here. It's cool how they designed it such that even though the carry handle is covered by the removable cover, you can still pick it up by the carry handle without the removable cover losing its position. That in itself is a little bit of cool engineering there. There's lots of cool engineering throughout the ship as a whole, of course. And here we're making the shadow again. That was one of the haunting scenes in Rogue One, seeing the lone Star Destroyer hovering over the city of Jeddah. A lot of images from Rogue One will stick with you. Alright, don't have any backups right now in terms of streamers. So I can either wait, keep stalling, and wait who knows how many more minutes at this point. At this point, their stream has been going for 25 minutes, and they're still on the starting soon splash screen, so I'm not sure what's going on over there. Let's see if they're talking yet.
Cool. What's that make it? Like 2.5 years?
Alright, so they are talking. So I don't know why they haven't switched over from the splash screen yet, but they are talking. So we will attempt to start this raid now. Let me try typing again. And the Star Destroyer isn't too high a profile, so I can actually try. So we're going to try to raid Tyler Alexis Music, who we may have raided before, I'm not sure. But I know she likes Star Wars because she actually, during Star Wars week, she actually did a full costume and all that, so. We're going to attempt this raid and see what happens. I know we've raided there before, so this should be a good raid. May the Force be with you. Have a good night. I'll see you soon. Let's get out of here because we've stalled long enough. Good night. We're going to attempt this raid. And may the Force be with you. Have a good night. I'll see you soon. Let's get out of here because we've stalled long enough. Good night. We're going to attempt this raid. May the Force be with you. Have a good night. I'll see you soon. Let's get out of here because we've stalled long enough.
Oh no, it's gonna crash with the music.
Up in the chat. Welcome in, Raider.
Hey, Raiders, how's it going? Uncle Evie, how are you? So good to see you. Happy Saturday. And hold on, I just realized my computer is... What's happening here? Why is battery not charging? I thought we fixed this.